Oh my goodness, oh my goodness. Hello! Welcome back, one and all, to the Chaos Protocol! Let's get some hype and chat. Oh my god. Oh, it is so amazing to see all of your digital non-existent faces in the chat, and I cannot wait to share our extremely special Arc 3 Interlude episode with all of you. However, because it has been forever since we've streamed our main campaign, I think we are long overdue for a reminder of what Transplanar RPG is all about. So, Transplanar RPG is an all-transgender, people of color-led, dark fantasy actual play channel telling stories set in an original, non-colonial, anti-Orientalist multiverse. This means that we stand against genocide and ethnic cleansing and support all oppressed peoples of this world struggling against injustice, imperialism, and colonization. We must use our voices to build solidarity and fight for the worlds that we wish to see. So to that end, free Sudan, free DRC, free Palestine, abolish ICE, free all oppressed peoples of this world. Thank you. Oh, and thank you all so much for showing up to support our story. So now, let's get chaotic, shall we? If you're watching this right now, you are witnessing the live recording of the Arc 3 Interlude episode. This stream formally bridges the gap between the main seasons of our main campaign, in this case, Arcs 3 and 4 of the Chaos Protocol. We are currently co-streaming this on Twitch and YouTube Live at Transplanar RPG, and all VODs will be hosted on our YouTube channel for your viewing pleasure before being uploaded to Vimeo and the Internet Archive, which I've been doing since the hiatus. But before I get a little too ahead of myself, please allow me to introduce my fantabulous cast for the evening, whose faces we haven't seen in, oh my god, so many months, starting with one of our amazing guest stars for this evening, Zoe Williams!
Hi everyone, I'm Zoe. I was here last time and I'm here again. You know me, you love me. Love Translator. Translator Saturday.
Love it. Alright, Val!
Hi everyone, my name is Valiant Dorian. I use he, him, his pronouns. You can find me all across the internet at Valiant Dorian or at Also Spirit Bear. Please enjoy that lovely treasure I just set you on. And tonight I have the distinct pleasure of playing your favorite misbeloved twin brother, the chosen one, Sayer, who uses he, they pronouns. I'm gonna pass it on over to the Pop-Pop of the hour. How you doing, Pop-Pop?
Oh, well, hi everyone. I'm Kai. I use he, they, and she pronouns, and I am back with the singular pleasure of playing Strike Team Nova's Pop-Pop, Mr. Zanin-ish, who uses he, him pronouns. Oh, so it feels so good to use that. And I'm gonna bounce on over to our singular, the one, the only, but multifaceted healer and chronologist. Take it away, Sam.
It is me. Hello, everyone. I am the multifaceted healer and chronologist. I am Sam Star. I use she, they, and the occasional they pronouns. And tonight I have... I miss my baby girls so much. Lumira, Ashinyobi, Shuparaferone, who uses she, her pronouns. What's going on, boss?
Just sucking my tears back in right now. Oh my goodness. Okay, so, wow. To start off our announcements, a massive thank you to our Patreon precepts, Micah, Spectra, Mainman13, Sergeant Danes, Zoe, Squareheart, Mark J, Spencer, Taylor, Lyle and Peanut, Rose, The Bow System, Robert Burke, and Brooke. We're going to be unveiling our Arc 4 official sponsors during the premiere at the end of the month, but for now, a big shout out to Chepeku for giving us access to their entire fantasy and sci-fi scene collection, which we're going to be using later tonight in tonight's episode. Yay! Val?
Hello, fans of Transplanar. You will be pleased to discover apparel, home goods, and accessories that have been gorgeously designed by my husband. That is right. Let's say it together in the chat. Our husband. Our merch store is sourced ethically, size inclusive, and made to order with free global shipping. The weather is turning once again, so now is the perfect time to buy a gift for yourself or a loved one, especially if you plan on shipping internationally. Go to transplanarrpg.shop today and check out our incredible designs. Take it away, Kai.
Patreon is the best way to support Transplaner and get cool perks, including weekly video logs from our players, character sheets, GM notes, and even a chance for your OC to cameo in our show. Right now, we have 157 paid members. Woo! When we reach 165, Connie will release a Patreon-exclusive demo track from the Chaos EP that Ta has been working on all year, truly. All revenue will go directly to the cast and crew, enabling us to pay ourselves as performers, as well as our incredible mod team, producers, editors, and artists. Help us smash that member milestone at patreon.com/transplanarrpg. Sam, give us what we want.
And now, oh God, I feel so good to do this again. Last time on the Chaos Protocol. Heeding an urgent warning from Magic themselves, Strike Team Nova tries to flee Inferno with Phoenix hot on their tails. Sayer opens 1,000 doors in search of an escape to no avail, until a portal opens below the Inferno Bridge, courtesy of Kamani. Nova takes a leap of faith, abandoning Phoenix, their mission, and a syndicate themselves. Artemis arrives just in time to watch them fall, and Rhododendron bids Nova farewell with a final parting word. And that's what you missed last time. Use !recap in chat to read our full written recap document.
Okay, and time for some self-care tips, as Sam Star would put it. So just as a reminder, the Chaos Protocol is a dark fantasy series that deals with content that may be triggering for some viewers. So content warnings for this particular session may include fantasy violence, blood, body horror, complex relationships, interpersonal conflict, death of loved ones, grief and mourning, romance, heights and falling, vast bodies of water, eating and drinking, substance use, and references to classism, revolutionary violence, and the loss of children. So if you're on the Twitch channel, you can use !CW in chat to get a look at our content warnings at any time. Whereas if you're on YouTube Live, our mods will be posting and most likely pinning these content warnings every now and then, so you can always stay abreast. And now, moving on to the title of tonight's episode. The title of this episode is The Bar at the End of the World. And for tonight's system, we are playing a game of the same name written by yours truly exclusively for this interlude. I will be releasing the game soon for the public, but patrons will get free and early access to the PDF. Yes, I will be putting it up very soon after this interlude. And with that out of the way, let's begin. As the moon finally trembles to a halt in that black lake we call the sky, all of Inferno releases a collective breath. The Mayday traffic jamming 8th Street and Salvation Avenue, the wilting censors in House Ula's shadow-soaked temples, the caffeinated academics of Inferno University, the proud Kuatuni griddle jockeys in countless congested diners, the late-night construction workers bearing shrikes upon beaten helmets, the paint-streaked taggers of House Trakar brightening brick and mortar with hissing canisters, all of Inferno releases a collective breath. And here, upon the Inferno Bridge, time returns to its regular schedule. The bullet train hurtles down its destructive track, moving so quickly that the mortal eye mistakes it for nothing more than a silver blur. Cars honk, motorbikes roar, guttering tailpipes cough out dizzying fumes, and far, far below, the Red River churns like a willing artery denied the simple pleasure of a bite. Leaning over the railing, their fingers gripping the cold and unforgiving steel, is Strike Team Phoenix. Their eyes are wide, their faces arrested by ebullitions of contrasting emotion. Amaru is shell-shocked, and Fearful, Cove doubly so. The placid ice of Ash's demeanor is cracked and strained. Even Naeem's brow twists, darkened by sweat and premonition, the final words of that ghost he has tried and failed to exorcise for 10 years ringing in his ears. The ringing refuses to subside even as the impossible portal snaps shut, or does it collapse shut? Or is it swallowed shut by an undulation of water, a dream within a dream? All Naeem knows is that one moment the portal is there, a hole in reality, a door that does not look like a door, a tear in the fabric of the journey, and then it's gone, and with it, Strike Team Nova. Green eyes flashing, Cove turns to Naeem. What do we do now? And just like that, all eyes are on him. Naeem swallows his fear and cages his uncertainty, and with painful precision, he peels his fingers away from the icy railing until his hands are flush against his sides in a perfect picture of the composed syndicate agent. We've done what we can. They made their choice. Now we follow the Saint home. Phoenix follows Naeem's gaze to the hand of fate. Artemis stands on the walkway behind them, conversing in low and steady tones with the heir to House Drakkar. The moonlight bathes them both in a mortal and divine glow, and for a second, Naeem isn't sure what he's looking at, only that it is not the moon, and it is most certainly not the sun. Then, Artemis turns their face, and those misplaced eyes meet his. It's time. A shiver runs through the spirit caller. They turn back to their strike team and offer a somber nod, and with one final look at the churning river below, Strike Team Phoenix turns away from the railing, and with it, Inferno. Strike Team Nova. You are falling. And then you are not. You are on your feet, upright, or at least you think you are. It's hard to tell without light, or maybe there is light because you can certainly see each other, Dynan, Lumira, Seir, Yinghe, even Kimani, each of you as visible and apparent as though the sun were right above your heads, or maybe below your heads, or somewhere off to the side of your heads. Either way, you're not sure where you are. It exists. Of that much you are almost certain. After all, how else could you be experiencing all of this nothingness? This everythingness. This somethingness. Yes, this somethingness, an unempty gap between the infinite planes of existence. Because that's where you are. You can feel it. Every atom in your unsung body can feel it. This liminal cosmic space, this breath beyond breath. You are inside the threads between the journey, and threads here is immensely accurate. Strings of light, of sound, of thought, vibration, gravity, hope, love, luck, death, blood, mist, fire. Strings of every configuration and possibility percolate downward, upward, sideways, beneath your ever-roaming feet, between your antlers, through your wasted arm, across your scarred head. These strings are as wide as molecules and galaxies, as long as sentences and heat deaths. They possess enough weight to crush your soul into 1,000 reincarnations, and they possess no weight at all. They are the dark within all light, and the light within all dark. They are the threads woven by fate, the gaps created by oblivion, the songs plucked by magic. If the journey is a cosmic quilt of different realities woven into, between, and against each other by passionate and expert hands, then you are in the space between filaments that is also flesh, that is also fabric, that is also void. You don't know what will happen if you reach out and touch one of these threads. You don't know what will happen if you slowly ambulate, or if you sprint, or if you do nothing at all. Maybe nothing would happen. Maybe everything would happen. Maybe it's all random chance, or maybe all of this has been preordained. Here, in the threads between, it is impossible to tell. Kimani, it's been some time since we last saw you. How have you changed?
Well, that patchwork coat that she had is now more of a windbreaker, bomber jacket combination, and those patches are slashes, more integrated, more whole. Black pants, some boots, and a smile on her face. This place feels good.
Kimani, following closely behind you is Strike Team Nova, who have changed a lot since you last saw them. Yinghe, still garbed in modern Hanfu, their blood-red Huadian glistening, stumbles breathlessly after you. Their silver eyes are wide in wonderment and disbelief, and their voice comes out in a confused tumble. Where are we?
Are you asking me, or is that more of a ambient question?
No, that was definitely addressed toward you.
Ah, thank you.
Yeah.
I don't know if I've gotten a chance to introduce myself. Hi, I'm Kimani, not to you all. To you.
Yinghe reaches out a hand toward your outstretched palm and uncertainly shakes it,
It's a long
as
story.
though worried your touch would burn them. But when it doesn't, they clasp it more strongly and they give you a firm shake. Hello, I'm Yinghe. Kind of a part of Nova. There was a trial run but, well, I think things are different now.
Yeah, I kind of am catching that vibe. A co-worker of mine asked me to get you all out of that hairy situation. And now we're here. I like to call this place a co-worker that I really like a lot, and I think is always listening.
Nova? And you hear Lumira, but you don't see her. Where
Mira?
Lumira was, it is just now. At first, it's almost as bright as a supernova, but then the light dims a bit, and where she was is now just a constellation of stars. Hundreds, thousands, millions of them, where she was scattered across whatever this is. What's going on? What is this? And it's very disembodied for quite a bit. And what you see is these stars start to form back into the shape of Lumira. She doesn't completely corporealize like you know her. It's just an outline of starlight. Her left hand and the side of her face, what you know, the side of her face, the right side, is brighter than any star, any sun you've ever seen. You almost have to cover your eyes before it dims down. She remembers that lesson from Artemis. She's confused and scared at first, but then she remembers, let it come to you. Don't find it. Naturally, it will be for you. And so she forms back into an outline of herself, but she just exists as pure starlight. What? Can you see me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
How
Yes.
do you feel?
She's looking down at her hands, at her body, trying to figure out what it is that's happening to her here in this space, this weird space in the journey.
Lumira, in this state, you both have eyes and you don't, but for some reason you can perceive this new and ancient form that you're in. You can sense that you are woven, sung into starlight. And there's a humming, a kind of vibration within you and without you, resonating through all of these threads. You can see it like a quivering, a tremolo through all of these strings all around you. It wavers, and there's a part of you that feels close to fear, and there's a part of you that feels close to awe, but overwhelmingly, you are struck by the beauty of this place. Because whatever it is, wherever it is, whenever it is brimming with magic.
What is this?
Can you hear that? Do you see it?
We see Zynon, the colors passing over him, almost like someone slowly painting in a brush of lavender over his tan skin of a vampire, layer upon layer, as it just streaks across him, and he reaches out for Lumira, but looks to Kimani, searches their face. He is so afraid, but he is trying to be brave. 1,000 questions in his eyes for you, Kimani.
Let's quickly hold. I think we lost Zoe. It wouldn't be a stream after many months if we didn't have a technical snafu. Now would it?
I get to mark that right off on my bingo
Bingo!
card. Thank you so much. Shout outs to
We were doing
Erica.
so well too. I was
Shout
like,
out
oh my
to
God.
Erica for the bingo card. You're making me a winner consistently, Erica. Thank you.
Let's just
Oh.
take a quick second and wait for Zoe, because I don't want to move on without them.
I have a friend.
Yeah, let's go to a quick break. This probably will only take about like 5 minutes or so. But we're gonna be back real fast as soon as we fix this tech snafu. Stay posted. Okay. Hey folks, thanks for hanging tight as we hit that tech snafu, but hopefully the evil Wi-Fi demons have been banished. Let's just put banish in the chat to keep them away from the stream. Banish, banish, banish. We banish ye. But we are back now. We're back now, so we're just gonna hop right back into the session, picking up right from where we left off. So, Lumira has just come back from being a beautiful cosmic void, back hewn into the silhouette of a person. We pan across the threads between, and we land on Zynon's reaction. Go.
Starlight still glimmers in his eyes as he looks at Lumira. He is in awe, he is afraid, he is concerned. But as we see these emotions on his face, like layers of paint, painting back in lavender over his tan of vampiric skin, layer upon layer, he becomes more and more lavender, shades of how he used to look, how he does look, how he will look. What is this? And he reaches towards Lumira, but the question isn't for this Starlight. It is for Kimani. Where are we?
Kimani has the most melancholic smile on her face, looking at Lumira, and then he turns to you. This is the in-between.
Between what?
Between what?
Everything. Everywhere. Every place you've ever been, every place you ever will be, all to the place that we are not. Outstretches their arms.
Sayir steps forward, eyes glistening in Lumira's moonlight. He finds it hard to look away from you on a normal occasion, but now he cannot tear his eyes away. We see his lion-like tail swishing in interest at the space all around us, his antlers pointing forward like a crown of thorns, navigating between the drapes of threads like magic. He still wears the Inferno leather jacket and plain red shirt. He steps into this place, and suddenly, blossoming all around his antlers, is a brand new bouquet of flowers. His clothes strip away to that white, asymmetrical kurta. The black and gold jacket he wears at trance. His face from the wild sea. Orchids blossoming in full bloom on that one night that they bloom in what feels like a millennia. Hibiscus glittering in the starlight, blooming, beautiful, radiant, nightshade framing his entire head. The amaranth that is around and holding his crown, stable, sturdy, but not in full bloom. They seem to be halted, curious. And of course the cherry blossoms. They are bright pink, beautiful, and fossilized. Cracks within the stems, frozen in time when they were once incredibly beautiful, perhaps their most beautiful. But we see the petals dry, we see the cracks within the stems, and we see it there at the edge of withering, but the memory keeps them alive. It must keep them alive. Sayir's heart has been thrumming against his chest since the leap, since the fall, and now here. And really, there's only one question that matters to Sayir in this moment. When he saw the moon herself look upon him, the final moments before the portal shut behind Nova. Kimani, how are you here?
Great question.
the
It's
greatest huntress of all of existence was set for you.
oh yeah. Okay, so it was interesting. Um, she's very scary,
Yes.
and we were this
really.
close to erasing me from everything, everywhere, all at once, all the time. And then she changed her mind, I think.
You
What do you mean she changed her mind?
What?
you think?
Well, I'm not dead. Well, I'm not
Obviously.
erased. So she changed her mind. Have you ever been, like, close to nothingness, death, see a reflection of your own mortality almost at the end of the road, and then you don't?
Strangely, yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Your hand of fate, Artemis, almost, it kind of feels like a deal, kind of feels like a thing that you don't really have a choice to do. I do favors, and in exchange for not only being alive, I get to know things, like, about all of this.
What kind of things exactly are we talking about here?
Capital F fate. That was interesting. Ooh. The multiverse, magic. Well, not magic, but
What do you know about magic?
No, but you work for Artemis.
kind of. It's more of a quid pro quo thing. I do a job.
Anyways, answer Lumira's question. And Zynon steps forward, and as he does, the leather jacket peels off of him and almost strips, like mist falling off. And he steps forward, and as he does, he steps into a kimono. Haori, the band of his hat from from Inferno, from the all glitch, and suddenly he is in Yaolan, in the city of heaven, wearing tassels on his hat, a birdsong bow drifting behind him in his hand. Magic.
Well, I wasn't talking about that magic, but yes, all of it. I get to read now about stuff from the Syndicate, and
Where exactly is this? What are... Okay.
I have coworkers, if that makes it more verifiable.
More than Artemis?
Coworkers more than Artemis?
I thought the coworker you mentioned earlier was Artemis.
No,
That's what I thought.
no, Artemis is not the evil coworker that I have. Artemis is the scary coworker.
Evil
They're
coworker.
different?
They
Artemis is not
are
scary.
different. They are very different. Artemis is like really intense, and like, you know, it feels like my atoms are gonna split apart and I become nothingness. And like there's something like kind of cool about that. My evil coworker shows up in my dreams, my happy place, and just, I swear she just wants to piss me off, which I'm not gonna let her do. She's evil because she's evil to me, not because, like, you know, morally. Well, no, she's mean. She's mean. She's my mean evil coworker. I don't like her. I'll admit it. I don't like her.
Who is she?
Her name's Lilith. She's like got this like platinum blonde thing. It's fine. She shows up in my dreams and she told me to come get you all.
This who
I'm
sent you
going
for the
to-
books?
No, the books and okay. So when I showed up at the Syndicate, that was also a dream, but she was not there. It's my life is weird and hard to explain, and I think you all would be the closest to kind of understanding it, but it still feels like we're miles and miles and galaxies apart.
Excuse me. forgive us for just coming through all of this right now. And Lumira will gesture wildly to the space that we currently are in, and atop of her head, it's almost another bright, bright, bright light before it starts to dim and corporealize, and a sun halo wraps around the top of her head. And she stares at you with all of the intent and seriousness in this world. I need you to be so unbelievably descriptive right now about exactly who you saw, what they said, and how any of this is even possible.
Sure. I'm sure you all are disoriented a little bit right now.
A bit.
Traveling between worlds is never easy on the body.
You think?
I know. Yeah, so I go around doing things for Artemis. They seem kind of innocuous for the most part. And I get told truths about, well, literally all of this as Kimani outstretches their hands towards the infinite nothingness and everything. There is a look of almost peace that maybe shouldn't come with looking at everything all at once. Look, when I showed up at the Syndicate, I was kind of wandering aimlessly. I'm sure you kind of caught that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the more things I do for Artemis, the more I kind of get to understand my place in all of this a little bit. Separately from all of this, I'm trying to find my way home. So I'm kind of willing to do everything, anything, whatever is needed to get answers.
Back up that
understand
cliff. The cliff you jumped off of.
Yeah, and sometimes it means I'm jumping off of the cliff and helping some folks that look a little familiar get to where they need to go. I'm supposed to take you to the bar.
The bar.
When you
A what?
When you say bar, when you say home, Kimani, the rigidity of Sayer's spine softens. The edges of and sharpness that this antlered man has shown toward you melts away. And understanding blooms in its place. And as Sayer moves about the space, hearing you speak about the quilt, these threads, these filaments, they realize two core truths at exactly the same time. That they've just left their home, and they will never know if they'll ever get back to their home, to the statue of their sister, or to the place where every formed everything about him, right? And the second truth, the scarier truth, is that Artemis trusts you. And Artemis is operating on an entirely different level than we had first known. And suspicions and more questions bloom in the place. Why does it feel that everything that has come to pass she has foreseen in some way? What do they know? Did they prepare me for this? What is going on? And as Sayer is thinking through all of this, he feels their weight against the filament and the thread buckling underneath them, and feeling the threads strain, taut, fraying a little bit, and they stop themselves. Through these movements, the kurta and the jacket peel away. Forming in its place is a black kurta unfurling out of the void and darkness of this place with intricate chikan embroidery. The antlers grow large, and Sayer's face is not Sayer's face. It is a stag's head, made with deep, dark fur and a single red thread pulling down one side of his antlers, draping downwards, torn asunder. And he looks up, and there is a strange glistening like a mirror on the floor, and he realizes.
Sayer, as you see your own reflection underneath you, above you, your head that is not a head, the antlers that are not antlers, this stag-like face that is your own visage, you feel it. Your connection with doom. And just as Lumira felt something else and saw those beautiful vibrations through all of the threads between the journey, you too feel something, but it is not beauty. It is the destruction that brims within you. You can sense it. All these threads all around you, you know innately that if you're not careful here, one wrong move, one wrong shake of your antlers, one wrong twist of your finger, and you could pull these threads apart, rend them to pieces, tear them, doom them all.
And there is an impulsive thought that flickers in Sayer's mind of, what if I try? What would happen? What would that feel like? What would that look like? But instead, they stand stock still.
Until Zynon brushes away some of that red thread, and we see him standing in a leather jacket, motorcycle pants, a flat brim hat, no tassels, sunglasses, a plaid shirt tied around his waist, from Earth. But as he steps out of that, he brushes past this thread and just kind of brushes it aside, and in that one wipe, he encounters 1,000 things all at once. But as he steps forward, it's not a foot, and he stops and looks down as a long avian leg steps forward, and another long, dark navy legs with claws at the end. He looks at his arms, and they are an array of feathers. As Zynon steps forward, he is a secretary bird. Head to toe, bright feathers behind his head, heterochromia in this case being one entirely green eye, one entirely orange eye on the sides of his avian form.
Lumira looks over to Kamani, the sun halo bright sitting around her head. So, Artemis gave you or told you to look out for us, and she steps forward closer to you, Kamani. And when she steps forward, sprouting from her shoulders down deep across her back and flowing out far behind her is a long, heavy almost, it looks like, robe that sits over her shoulders. It's inky black, and the closer she walks to you, you realize it is raven's feathers. A mantle of them that sits proudly on her shoulders, cocked as she moves, and it moves with her as she steps to you. You see when she gets right within your close enough to you, her eyes, those eyes that are, they're so expressive, they're so bright, they tell everything about her. You watch in time as her pupils split. And she looks at you intently.
Kimani has been looking at each one of you as your transformations emerge, looking into your eyes. They notice the realizations that Sayur makes. They look at the hesitancy that Simon still walks with, and the curiosity brimming from Lumira. Though, before answering the question, Kimani looks up and down and says, "You look like some heroes I used to read about."
What are you talking about? She is clueless. Does not even realize the changes and transformations that have happened to her in this moment. I look the same as I've always have.
I believe that. And to answer your question, no, Artemis was not the one that pushed me to come get you all. That was Lilith.
Who is Lilith?
That one I don't have a lot of answers for. I wish I could tell you. But, she, let's call her a dream walker. At least my dreams. My dreams tend to lead me places. And lately, they've been getting more than literal. It's how me and Lilith communicate. I have a clue that it's kind of like a telephone thing. Artemis probably gives Lilith information, likely, if I had to guess, through Artemis's dreams. And then Lilith brings them to me.
Wait,
so
Artemis
you're
is
the
working for
lowest
someone
ranked
else?
Coworker.
No. Huh? Yes, you know.
I see.
No, well, what did you say? Sorry.
So Artemis is working with someone else. Not just the other hands, not just fate. And this makes all of the feathers on the back of Zionan's head kind of splay out further, and you can see what was just relaxed bird feathers all suddenly spine up a little as he steps forward and grows in shape. Humanoid, but still this secretary bird.
From what I understand about the everything of the Syndicate, I would say we're in separate camps. Me, Lilith, are scouts, errand boys, while Artemis still does her duties.
So there are more of you. A whole network of you.
Well, right now there's two. That's the ones I know about. But yeah, I hope so.
So there's some
So
truths
Artemis
you don't know.
/ this Lilith person told you to take us to a bar?
Yes, the bar at the end of the world. Nice place, great food.
At this
Will we
point,
be safe there?
I can't imagine anywhere that's safer than in between all of your woes.
as Sayur steps through this place carefully, each step a whisper. Their clothes shift once more. The black, almost like blue that's almost black kurta shifts, and we see baggy trouser pants, like kurta trouser pants, leading up to Sayur's distinct white asymmetric kurta, but a black and white cape-esque jacket. The stag head shifts back to Sayur's face, but it's not his black wavy curls that we see, but a white mane, just like his sister's. looms out of his head, down past his shoulders,
Why is this happening, actually?
glistening in the light. He has a empty longsword scabbard on his right hand side, and patience sheathed on his left. And Sayer turns around to you, Kimani, to say, if Artemis has placed their faith in you, and you know that this place is safe, then I trust this. And I trust you. And looks at the other people's reactions to his form. What do Zynon and Lumira see when they look at Sayer?
Wildly enough, Lumira, she hasn't necessarily taken in the changes, honestly, per se. And they slowly start to materialize in front of her. This entire time, you and Zynon have looked like you and Zynon to her. And I think now she's actually looking at the both of you and starting to realize maybe it's that second pupil that's giving her that additional oomph to see you. And you see her reach deep into her pocket, where you all know that she keeps her pocket watch. It is warm to the touch. It's actually starting to get hot, like it's starting to burn a bit. And she kind of pulls out the chain and shakes it out. And she sees you, Sayer, and all the different iterations of you, almost transposed on top of each other. All the different transformations you've had, but your outline, you, what she knows, is still the same. And you see her grip her pocket watch like she does so many times. She starts to cry, but she doesn't realize it. Tears streak down her face, but they branch off into a different section and fall further down, gracing around the sides of her cheeks.
Lumira? What's the matter?
I hear something. And she looks at her pocket watch. And even you all see it. The cover of it glows. It was a smooth surface previously. But slowly but surely you start to see an emblem that is carved out, almost as if time itself is reversing the wear over her pocket watch. And you see a beautiful, intricate fox that's carved on the cover of it. This is... And you hear this deep exhale, a sigh, a tension that releases from her shoulders that she doesn't even... It was almost like the heaviness of the raven's feathers that sits on her shoulders are no longer as heavy. She stands just a bit taller. You're just Sayer. You always have been, and you always will be. My seer.
Sayer, looking at Lumira, those tears that stream down her face and split, they almost seem moonlit and biomechanical at the same time, something robotic yet divine within the way the tears spill. And Lumira, the pocket watch burns you in a beautiful, unpainful way. Just the heat of the magic, the thrumming of the song that resonates within it. And as that sigil carves itself back into being, that intricate fox, you hear this song somewhere in the distance. In this space between, in these threads between, there is a song somewhere in the distance that has always been inside you. That you have forgotten, perhaps, but could be excavated. And you know the words. You know the words to it. You don't remember them, but you also do. They're on the tip of your tongue. Somewhere here in the space between, connected to every part of the journey that ever was, is, and will be, you can feel it. Singing.
And I think the gasp Lumira takes in that moment is startling almost. And you see her attention go elsewhere, off in the direction of where she hears the song. The journey itself starts to formulate in front of her. And she sees these gold threads that are just all interconnected, woven together. And she can't help but reach out and try to touch it. It's like it calls her.
As your hand reaches out and your finger extends forward, your palm reaches toward that golden thread, toward that vibrating, humming song, and then your fingers go through it. Perhaps it was that the thread was farther away than you thought, some sort of optical illusion, a mirage, or maybe it was so large and wide that your attempt to touch it moved only a single atom to the left. But regardless, as your fingers pass through it, you feel it like a loom inside of you, as though your soul were made from fabric. Your own hand harping its way down the ridges of your bones, and you feel yourself humming with this song. And as you traverse the threads between, alongside Zionin and Seir and Yinghe and Kimani, all of you begin to glimpse objects populating your field of vision. These objects are partially shaded by the infinite strings around you, like figures hidden behind a dense waterfall, but some of them you can see in stark detail. You pass a familiar iron street lamp, one of thousands from Inferno's tree-lined boulevards. The electric light is on and buzzing, producing a dull hum that is oddly comforting amidst all this uncertainty. You even see stickers plastered all over the metal, depicting local companies and bands, including a familiar paw-shaped silhouette that represents the Lazy Bear Pub and Grill. And just as your eyes fall on this street lamp, you also notice an altar in the near distance, a regal shrine carved from sandalwood and jade with a noble statue of a god surrounded by mist carved from coral. And your memories all light up in tandem. This is the likeness of the immortal emperor, Long Du, devourer of the devouring, grand adjudicator of the game, sovereign on high of Yaolan, the amethyst dragon. And then a smell catches your attention. An earthy, pungent, spicy smell like the broken arm of a pine tree. It awakens something within each of you, the rustling of leaves, the crackling of fire. And then you notice it, rising out of the threads around you, a large, crooked tree bent over like an old fisherwoman casting a net. Deep cracks in the trunk ooze the unmistakable amber hue of Krezerin. And more of these objects rise all around you, not just remnants from Inferno, from the City of Heaven, from the Wild Sea, but from all across the journey. You see a abandoned tire here, some sort of strange, massive stone titan in the distance there. The threads between is an infinite comma, a cosmic junkyard of stray vestiges from the journey, forgotten relics from remembered realms. And as you follow Kimani through the threads between, you can feel the journey itself touching your soul, pulling this secretary bird feather into existence across Zainan's visage, wicking into form the antlers and the stag head upon Seir, casting starlight and infinite divinity across Lumira's body. We even see Yinghe's Hanfu flowing outward, breaking free of its tight modern silhouette as the magic of the City of Heaven washes over them. And then, as the smell of Krezerin greets your noses, we see leaves and twigs dotting Yinghe's hair. And as they walk, they're spinning around in wonder, staring wide-eyed at these relics, and as they spin, we see them transform into a shadow-colored crane. They spin again, and their body is covered in some sort of skin-tight latex suit with a heroic emblem across the front and a half-mask across the top part of their head. And as they spin one more time, you all see them with a wide-brimmed hat resembling a wandering knight errant, a flowing half-cape behind their back, and a blade of pure shadow strapped to their waist. And eventually, your party arrives at a door. It is a plain bamboo sliding door with parchment stretched across a wooden frame. Nothing remarkable at all, but there is movement beyond the parchment. Light and shadows in the vague shape of people flitting to and fro. There's sound, too, voices, murmuring, too distant to make out words. The clinking of glasses, the scraping of chairs. Your party draws to a halt in front of this wooden sliding door, and all of you can feel it now, how different this object is, how important, how much of a destination it is. And Kimani, you're getting that feeling again that you always do, that slight itch behind your soul when you know you can't stay in one place for much longer. It's time. You're muted.
And she's been looking at you all this entire time, fixated. It's funny what a couple months can do. You all are not the people I left in that chase. And I doubt you'll be the same people when I see you again.
We will see you again. Right.
I don't think I have much of a choice. But if I did,
Zainan.
I would.
Zainan steps, I think, up last. And he's wearing soft clothes with texture of patches and another kimono, one made entirely of memory. And he walks past a table covered in dust. And from there, he picks up a jacket, shakes it off a few times, puts it on. Well, thank you for saving us, for intervening, for showing up right on time this time instead of last time where it was, different.
I think showing up is what I do.
Mom, I trust you. And she says this, like, rolling her eyes a bit. And when she rolls her eyes, you start to see some of the changes of her start to settle. That sun halo dims down to a dark, flat brim hat. That mantle of raven's feathers that sat across her back starts to shrink and fit more to her body until you see What was once feathers are now fringes of a deep leather jacket that hangs across her shoulders. I trust you because Artemis trusts you.
I appreciate that. Where I come
Sayer,
from? No, please.
Sayer looks at you, and as he steps on forward, he watches his hands vibrate with every different possibility of what they could be, or what they might have been, or could be. And Sayer shakes it off, and as all of those forms flit away, none of them feeling right, all of them feeling right, the possibilities endless for one who does not know what path they ought to take. And bubbling out of existence from that white asymmetric kurta is a white henley. And draping down over it a pinstriped waistcoat that he wears that's taut to his body, and a leather harness that is tied tightly around his body. He has a deer buckle and deer antlers hanging off of his belt. And sprouting from the antlers are metal plates that shift and move, covering the antlers, turning them cybernetic. A single red wire twisted down one of them, and a long swishing tail with blue glowing wires cybernetically swishing beneath and between metal plates. And a black sclera with glowing blue eyes and white tears streaked down his face. I have so many questions for you, Kimani. But I know you know not the answer, or you do not know how to answer. So I'll let you off the hook for now. How's that sound?
Oh, that's a load off my chest. Thank you.
Next time I expect answers. And Lumira winks at you, and you notice that in that wink, the eye that she winks, the eye that's still open, the two pupils instantly fuse together into dark black scleras when she opens up the next one, and she just grins at you. Both of those pupils fuse back together too. Thank you.
Well, I hope it'll be over
Deeply.
dinner. And
I'll
Kimani
hold you to
takes a box out of her pocket. It's the box you all saw when you were chasing after him in the syndicate, and tosses it to Lumira. I was told to give that to you. I don't really know what it does.
To me. And I think when she grabs it, her left arm that was brittled in sunlight, as well as the right side of her face, starts to corporealize. And you see clock gears start to form on the side of her face and up her arm. I'll hold on to this. What's inside? Lemira's gonna kind of crack the top open to peek, or shake it. And what's inside here?
It is about an inch thick metal black rod. It's a rod. I couldn't figure out how it works. Usually things come to me. That one wasn't it. But I thank you all for trusting me. I mean, I trusted you.
Yes, and Lumira, when you shook the box, even though Kimani had said it was about an inch long, just plain metal rod, you didn't hear any clattering. So it must be padded in some way inside the box.
She'll stick it in the pocket of her jacket. pat the
Nice.
pocket.
Well, have fun in the bar. And, Nova. Being lost is not a weakness. It is not inherently sad, though it feels it. I hope you'll think about it as an opportunity. And when I see you next, maybe we'll have jackets for the Hitchhikers Club. And she looks like she's about to cry.
Kimani. And Zidon steps forward. That jacket seems to have almost destabilized what he looks like. He is blurry, lavender still, but everything else seems a bit of a mess. But he steps towards Kimani, to this hitchhiker, to this person that kind of held a place of anxiety for Zidon that was unfair to Kimani, really. Thank you for saving us, but also, if you ever need a place to be, please come find us.
I'll add you to the list. Hey, say here. Watch this. And then Kimani turns around and snaps her fingers. And just like when you were on Earth, hundreds of doors open up. But they are not unstable. You can feel that Kimani is completely in control of this. Each door goes somewhere different, anywhere that she can imagine, anywhere that she wants.
How on earth did you do that?
What the fuck?
It seems learning about the journey helps me do a few things.
Wait, no, you can't just leave. You have to teach me that.
I wish I could, dear. And under her is a door that opens, almost like a trap door, almost like she is falling upwards, upside down. And if you look, you see her falling through the sky. She is leaving, but she's waving. See ya, besties!
Come on, wait, no! And
at the same time,
reaches
at the same
out.
time, at the same time as Kimani flies upward and upside down, the wooden sliding door in front of you whoosh, swooshes open, and some great force shoves your party through the door, and there's a whoosh as it slams shut behind you. And Strike Team Nova, you find yourselves inside the bar at the end of the world. Standing before you is the interior to a bustling izakaya, a late-night saloon full of people from all walks of life. Some folks sit on small stools at low wooden tables, clinking shochu glasses and digging into pan-fried octopus legs. Others sit cross-legged at elevated booths, talking cheerfully over plates of yakimochi and fried lotus chips. Still others sit by themselves at the bar, nursing beer and whiskey, drinking away a long, hard day of work. The patrons of this establishment are varied and diverse. Some have dark brown skin, others gray or red, and still others possess feathers or fur or scales or a combination thereof. Their clothes, too, range from leather vests to plastic suits to synthetic robes that shimmer under the warm-blooded light cast by low-hanging lanterns. You see eyes and horns, tails and claws, neon paint and cybernetic enhancements, prosthetics, helmets, gaskets and valves, bandoliers bristling with gadgets, floating holograms. A long, horizontal window dominates the west wall and reveals a breathtaking landscape. A dazzling night sky brims with infinite stars and swirling oceans of cosmic dust. The building that you're in sits atop a rocky slope populated by dull yellow moss, and these hills roll downward toward a distant cliff's edge, beyond which a black ocean churns, reflecting the endless stars in its heaving waves. Throughout these hills, parked at irregular intervals, are spaceships. Some are old, industrial behemoths with rusted metal panels and hardened veins of iron. Others are small and sporty with wings of sunlit chrome and fashionable detailing. There's something else beyond the window, too. Something in the sky. A dark spot among distant stars, an empty space where there should be light, a vacuum where there should be sound, but it's so far off that you barely notice it. A blip on the horizon, really, a thumbtack's worth of worry. A black spot you can push to the back of your mind and ignore, at least for now. And as the sliding door slams shut behind your party, we hold on each of you, taking in this sudden wealth of activity and possibility. And as we land on each of your faces, I want to get a snapshot of your reactions to arriving, starting with Sayur.
Sayur's first reaction is a deep exhale, being shunted through space and arriving here in space. Eyes glitter, looking at the galactic scape around him. It feels like the observatory, and a pang hits the inside of his chest. Like home, like the observatory, but he moves quickly past it, shifting forward, smelling food, and Sayur feels uncomfortable, plagued with questions. In his mind, he's rattling off what is going on. What did Artemis intend? What did they plan? And is it still going to plan? Fuck, why was Kamani so cool? Shit!
And we pan over to Lumira.
Lumira's eyes, those two pupils that now fused into one wide black sclera, are looking around everything and everywhere. Her eyes are still just as expressive and as curious as you remember them always being, but this feels different. So she just takes in all of her surroundings, and the last parting look that you see on her face is mixed emotions. One of doubt, one of fear, wonderment, awe, and something else that's tinted right behind her eyes. But you can't make out just what that is just yet.
We pan over to Zynon.
Zynon stumbles forward, like he's finally standing on ground for the first time since we left the bridge. That shunting was very grounding in a place that was like being in a fun house for him. And as he finally takes in the sound, the smell, the sights of it, this feels normal? We'll start with normal. And we see him stand upright, that jacket still on him. He's got goggles and a wrap on as he straightens out his hat. There is loose fabric and a familiar carrion crow feather tucked into it. As he looks around, feeling finally like they've stopped running for a second. This place feels like a place that he can disappear in and be normal for a second. And the last thing he feels is very hungry as the smells finally fill his nose. Ugh.
There is a... Go ahead, say your line, say your line.
That smells delicious.
And there is a noise that sounds like the growling of a great beast in your midst, And you realize it's coming from Yinghe's stomach as they very suddenly put a hand up to the middle of their torso. And we see fingernails that are painted this like rich lavender, this rich purple. As they slowly bring their hand up to the side of their face, they blink and we see black scleras in both of their eyes as well, and irises that are bright, bright moonlit silver. And their huadian, which was crimson before, is now the same shade of lavender and purple as their fingernails, as their lips. And their hanfu, the modern silhouette, has now billowed out to be slightly wider, and there are tassels hanging off at the edges of it. No, not tassels, but Chinese-style knots with long swaying sashes in the place of tassels. And their long black hair is braided in a big bunch down their back. They look over at you, Zynon, as though sensing your hunger, like recognizing like in this moment. And they nod. You see their tongue dart out and wet their lips. I still obviously have a lot of questions about what's happening, as I'm sure all of you do as well, but how about we grab a booth maybe and get some food?
I'm hungry. Yes, please.
I could eat.
Food'll do us good.
And with that, Nova, you walk carefully but perceptively deeper into this bar at the end of the world. So do you try to grab a booth in the middle of everything, like a booth at the very back of the bar? Do you sit at the bar? Where are y'all headed?
Zynon's looking for a place to be discreet.
Sayre's taking Zynon's lead, like just turning over to Zynon, who feels like a man who would know how to navigate a cool-ass bar like this. I mean, he's dressed for the part. He feels always at home here, and Sayre kind of like steps back and lets Zynon take the lead.
I think it's definitely one of those things where we finally settle, and then me and you, Sayre, look at each other, and then we look to Zynon expectantly.
And in this place, he assumes that role, that scout, that first to walk. And Zynon does a very quick sweep of the bar before moving towards somewhere kind of unnoticed, maybe near the windows, just to be tucked away. And as we see him walk, you hear the sound of heavy boots, not cowboy boots at all, but rather thick-soled, metal-toed, industrial-looking boots. Zynon looks very different. And yet somehow he moves like this is still the same things clinging to him still from the threads, probably.
Strike Team Nova, you follow Zynon's heavy-booted lead toward the west wall, and you tuck yourselves into a kind of hidden booth in one corner of the bar. The window to your side revealing this massive cosmic vista of rolling mossy hills underneath you, that big cliff and that huge ocean in the distance, and above your heads just an endless array of bright silver stars. And Strike Team Nova, now that you are situated inside the bar at the end of the world, it is time to draw your starting hand. So in this system of my own design, each of you is defined by your emblem, which is a card that represents your journey so far. Sayre, you are the chariot. You will draw from the deck of clubs and spades. Lumira, you are the star. You draw from the deck of diamonds and hearts. And Zynon, you are the hanged man. You draw from the deck of spades and diamonds. Since there are 3 of you as players and 1 of me as your willing bartender, please draw 4 cards total to create your starting hand. Now, each of these cards relates to a question that you all have access to, and at any point, any of you may play a card and address its question to another player or to myself as the bartender. You decide how this question is addressed, whether in character, out of character, or some wondrous combination. Either way, the target must answer honestly, whether in character, out of character, or some wondrous combination. After you ask your question, you must discard 2 cards from your hand, including the question card, and then you draw 2 new cards. When someone plays a card that is also in your hand, or if you draw a card that has already been played, you must discard it and draw one. Repetition is not allowed. Unless, of course, there's the Joker, but we'll see if that even comes up. For now, why don't you all draw 4, and we'll return to the bar at the end of the world. Each of you slides into this booth. Take a moment to sit with each other, and your eyes fall on this low and plain wooden table. Your ears pick up on the hubbub of murmuring, occasional beer glasses clinking, laughing, low whispered talks. No one looks twice in your direction. In fact, no one looks twice in anyone else's direction. The overall sense of this bar is that people keep to themselves. There's a respect for privacy here.
The big exhale as Zynon finally sits in the booth, and he goes from standing very tall to relaxing more, consciously unwinding a little. He takes his hat off, he puts it on the table. Nova, we made it. Somewhere.
Fucking somewhere is right. Where the hell? And Sayer's like looking out the window. I don't even know where we are. No clue.
I haven't
brief.
had solid food in weeks.
Kept telling you to come to
Starving.
the diner. I would like to ask our first question.
Go ahead, old man. Go ahead.
For Lumira, the 6 of diamonds. What weakness or vulnerability are you hiding from me?
Okay. Lumira has always been the brave girl. She has always worn a strong face and an even bigger heart. She doesn't let much, or tries not to let much get to her, let alone much show, but you've known her since she was a little girl, Simon. You know that there is one, always one, telltale signifier of Lumira. It's her eyes. It always has been. And those black sclera that was once 2 pupils but now fused into one, and that one has an outline of the typical gray iris that you know is hers. You see something I don't think you have seen from her really since that first meeting at LSSG when you were assigned her mentor. She looks lost. She looks scared. But in a wild way that I don't even think any of us can pinpoint right now. Lumira looks the most unburdened that you have ever seen her in all the decades that you've known her at this point.
Zynon soaks this in. There's a moment where her current face, this black sclera golden sun bursts in her eyes. pulls him in, and then he sees opal eyes on a young woman, a girl, really. He takes a deep breath, gratitude on his face. We're here. And he just nudges you from under the table.
Lumira nudges you back. You hungry, Papa?
So hungry. Hope the food tastes as good as it smells.
If it doesn't, I'm gonna be very angry, and it's gonna be everybody's problem. And
Can't have
Lumira
that.
looks up for a waiter or someone that can come take their order.
Yes, it's as though as soon as the thought enters your mind that you want a waiter is there. She is a short,
proud.
scrawny, and no funny business sort of server. Just immediately comes up with a hollow pad and a kind of like tablet pen tucked behind her ear that she immediately like whisks out without looking at the four of you. She goes, "All right, what'll you be having?"
Am I smelling some kind of curry?
Curry? All right, yeah, sure. What kind?
What kind? What do you...
We've got all the kinds of curry. Anything you can think of, we'll whip it up. And if we don't have it, then, the chef will make do. We'll find a closer
Alright.
substitute.
got any-
Lumira is looking intently at the menu while all of this is happening, by the way.
There is no menu.
no menu.
Yeah, there is no
Okay.
menu. Nothing
well,
written
Lumira's
down here.
looking
It's just a waiter.
intently up into the ceiling as if she's thinking deeply.
I'll take a curry with, I don't know, a roasted leg of something. And
Yeah, okay. Curry with roasted leg is something you want. Noodles or rice?
rice.
All right, rice. Okay, and what'll you have, young man?
And Sayer looks at Lumira, staring up into the ceiling. And then, hey, Lumira, this
Right
isn't a
as-
question from the cars. This isn't a question from the cars. This is Sayer, who has grown up with you, asking a question. What is your mood feeling like today?
You feel Lumira very light on her feet. Yes, she's burdened and she's feeling heavy from all that's transposed, but you get a brighter feeling from her right now.
Sayer blinks twice. You are really beautiful. And those clock gears, markings on the side of your face are radiant and lighting you within the gorgeous galactic lighting around us, and he feels like we're both at the observatory again in that one fateful night. Can I have a medium rare steak, 2 scrambled eggs, please no runny yolks, and do you have like cheese and some breakfast potatoes as well? Preferably with peppers and onions.
The server stares at you as you snap out of your reverie, and her eyes travel between you and Lumira and back to you, and she just goes, "Uh-huh. Yeah, we can make that happen. Sorry, what was
Thank
that?
you.
Cheese? Yeah, we could, yeah, sure. Okay, we'll put some cheese on that. Yeah, no problem.
Cheese, breakfast potatoes, peppers and onions, please, thanks.
Okay, whatever you want, lover boy. All right.
Oh,
And
then-
what?
Immediately as the waiter says lover boy, and Lumira just is like, can I have like the regular full diner breakfast, bread, butter, sunny side up eggs, but I need like 4 of them, 4 sausage links, 6 strips of bacon, and some hash browns, please.
Yeah, sure. I can give you all
a very
that.
big side of pancakes, extra syrup.
Absolutely. Whatever you want. And what about you? And the waiter turns over to Yinghe, who is sitting there looking delighted. This entire time, Yinghe has looked overwhelmed, yes, but also delighted. Like they're on a trip somewhere, a vacation somewhere that they've never been before. Their eyes are completely lit up, the moon-colored irises sparkling. They say, "Oh, my, I don't know, all of that sounds really good. Do you have any just grilled meats, please? I would like something grilled, something meaty on a skewer, and I will also have a side of that steak, and I also have a side of those eggs, and I will also have some of those pancakes, please. A little bit of each. Oh, and a little bit of the curry rice." So you just want everything doubled? Do you want anything for yourself? No, that's fine, just everything doubled. That sounds great. Okay, alright, and what do you all have to drink?
Water.
Pink lemonade, please.
Okay, pink lemonade, yeah, sure. Alright, you
Iced
funny
coffee
guy,
with-
I'll put you down for a soda. Iced coffee? Yeah, sure.
What?
Sure. A soda.
You have water?
Okay, look, the joke is a little less funny the second time around, okay? Because I was, kind of able to see it coming. The element of surprise is kind of what makes that joke work. Water. What do you have? I'll have milk? Oh, yeah, sure. We'll get you a glass of milk. All right, I'll be right out with your orders. And the server goes.
Thanks.
You can see the wheels in Zynan's head spinning very suddenly. Everywhere we've gone, as long as you've known him, every plane, water.
I would like to ask the next question to Zynon. I will now play the 10 of clubs. Hey Zynon, as you're clocking through this reverie of all these questions, how can I get through to you?
Zynan is on mission again. That conversation with Kimani gave him what felt like his feet again. And you know that when he's on a mission, it takes focus away from practically everything else. But Seer, you being vulnerable with Zynon has always baited him in. Maybe not always brought the most out of him, but needing him, asking him for things, asking him for help on anything. He's usually there pretty quickly. And as he is working through a problem that looks like he is doing trigonometry in his head without a calculator, he is thinking, looking for something to chew on, looking for the next question, like the questions that drove us out of Inferno, away from trans.
Hey, old man.
Huh.
What do you think of... What's your assessment of this diner? You think we are gonna deal with rough company soon? Or can we just wait this out?
I don't know why Kimani brought us here, but I don't know. Seems like they got a lot of food. Maybe we run after we eat.
We'll run after we eat.
Sam, you're muted.
I am indeed muted. Ha 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 ha. I'm gonna go ahead and play my first card. One of the 3 jokers that I pulled.
What?
Three? Hold on. 3
You
jokers?
heard what I said. You heard what I said. 3.
That doesn't seem possible. You should only have 2 in your deck.
One of 2.
Some
Mine
decks
has
have
4.
4 jokers.
Some decks
Yeah,
have
some
four.
games-
Yeah,
That's
some
on-
games
okay.
have 4. Mine
That's
has
on me
4.
for not clarifying how many.
That's
on
fine.
me as a
I can
designer
get
for
rid
not
of it 'cause
clarifying.
I thought it was really.
You know what? That's way
I'm
too many.
So
Yeah.
powerful. I was
It's all
like, I'm
good.
so
Why don't you just-
powerful.
That's way too many jokers. Why don't you discard one and draw a new one? But play your joker.
Oh, I'm still gonna do it. Yeah, but I'm gonna discard. I'm definitely gonna
scared.
discard the other one. Yeah,
Yes.
I'm still gonna ask the question I was gonna ask, and this goes to Zynon Esh. I'm gonna play the 4 spades. What buried pain of yours do I glimpse?
He is kind of trying to wait for this food. And you see he's hungry, obviously. He's been hungry as long as you've known him, though. He's been hungry for belonging, for home. And he just left Inferno where he was so at home. Kuatun brought out shades of him that you've never seen at Trans. He left behind Naeem, Diablo. In all of this thinking through the food, the water, where we are, getting here, etc., looking for a mission, he is running. He is running because he's just lost home in every meaningful way, just like the rest of us. But his way of looking is to hunt again, to look for something new. And so he is trying to solve a problem of why they don't have water and where we are. And he is chewing on it like a dog looking for meat on an empty bone.
Zynon, as you're turning over this question, this conundrum around in your mouth, as each of your strike team members are settling into the space and eagerly awaiting your food and drinks, it is at this precise moment that your party is interrupted. That you, Zynon, specifically, are interrupted. Not by a noise, or a gesture, or a polite tap on the shoulder, but by a punch to your jaw so fierce that you are sent flying out of your seat and onto the ground. You see stars. This punch is unrelenting, it is unforgiving, it is painful and resolute, and it is intimately, immediately, viscerally familiar. And as your vision focuses, a form swims into clarity above you, fist clenched, jaw set, and you look up into a face you haven't seen in 10 years. And we're gonna go to break there. Thank you all so much for tuning in so far to our Arc 3 interlude. We're gonna be back in just about 10 minutes. But in the meantime, Bijou, Bijou.
I'm unsafe.
Hello, 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 everybody, and welcome back to the Arc 3 interlude of the Chaos Protocol. Let's just hop right back into the session with a reminder of content warnings. So as always, the Chaos Protocol is a dark fantasy series that may contain content that is triggering for some viewers. So content warnings for this session may include fantasy violence, blood, body horror, complex relationships, interpersonal conflict, death of loved ones, grief and mourning, romance, heights and falling, vast bodies of water, eating and drinking, substance use, and references to classism, revolutionary violence, and the loss of children. So if you're in Twitch, use !CW at any time to get a look at our content warnings. If you are in the YouTube live, our mods will be posting these content warnings every now and then in chat, so they are constantly being refreshed and reminded. And with that out of the way, let's hop right back into the session. Dom. This month, your apartment is a dingy, one-bedroom lease in the lower stilts of the Baiyuan Metro Center. It is 5 blocks away from the Maglev station, where wrought iron shuttles hang upside down from tracks that weave through the city like spider webs. Every 2 minutes, a train shudders past your tower block, shaking the foundations of the building like a furious titan mounting a siege. Through the half-closed metal shutters of your windows, we see neon lights and smokestacks, hover bikes and hollow signs. Inside the apartment itself, grimy synthetic rugs do a poor job of padding concrete floors. Here and there, the soundproofed vinyl walls feature aspirational built-ins, a bookshelf, a shoe rack, an ancestral shrine. But the books are all fake, the shoe rack is broken, and the shrine bereft of gods and ancestors. The living room is sunken, with a 2-foot ledge lined by pale fluorescent lights. A metal coffee table rises from the center, crammed with an overflowing ashtray, few bottles of beer, and half-empty takeout containers with disposable chopsticks scattered across the glass top. In the corner, the sparse kitchenette is untouched. Dom, you're back from a job. What does your nightly routine look like before you head toward Memna's?
Same as it does every time. Get back. Loosen up. Wash the blood off your hands before it rusts the exposed metal. But iron is iron, so it fits. Take a moment, lean up against the door. Make sure you're not followed. And then check your messages, because everybody knows stars will have more work for you eventually.
I'm gonna hit a quick pause. John, I think you're just coming in slightly under, so if you could bump your volume up a little bit.
You got it. How we doing there?
Oh, much better. Oh, that's so good.
Hey,
Give
let's
me
go.
just 2 sentences. Just 2 sentences.
Audio technical problems are a fuckery and I hate it.
Yeah, does that sound good, C? Okay, perfect. All right, let's continue. Dom, you take a load off. Get the blood off of your hinges. There's still some sweat on you. You still stink of the gig. And you check the time. You've got about 2 hours before you have to head to Memna's. How do you fill that void?
Same way I have for 3 years now. Takeout and the wall in front of me.
You eat in silence, and the food is nothing special. The Obake Izakaya, known affectionately to its patrons as the bar at the end of the world, is a familiar joint to you, Dom, and you are a familiar face to the Obake Izakaya. As you enter the saloon, the crowd doesn't look at you, but it does respond to you. Bodies part, conversations quiet, and a woman silently slides out of your usual spot at the bar without being asked. You take your seat on the stool, the bartender faces you, and the chatter returns to its usual busy din. The bartender in question is, of course, Memna Obake herself, a tall, broad-shouldered elder with as many wrinkles around her face as there are stars in the night sky. Their skin is a lush honeysuckle gold with occasional streaks of glimmering purple like exposed veins of raw amethyst. Once upon a time, her hair was long and black and silken and made many fall in love with her. Now, it is coiled into a no-nonsense bun on the back of her head, its once opulent strands gray with age and turning whiter every day. Still, there is a quickness in Memna's glowing maroon eyes, a twist to her scarred mouth that betrays a mind that is only sharpened over time. She wordlessly makes you your usual, various patterns flicking across the waxed surface of her semi-holographic nylon coat. Only when Memna finishes her task and slides the small but potent drink across the counter toward you does she address you. Cognac, Averna, Ancho Reyes, stirred, neat. Because you look like shit, Hiatus. Then again, you always do.
Well, just like the name of the drink, it's been a hell of a morning.
Well, listen. And she leans in, casually, but you know that this part is especially discreet. Your, contact's running late. She sends along her apologies and all that, says she'll be here soon.
Yeah. Maybe I should bill her for the time.
Well, that's between you and her. Just, if you run into any conflict, remember, outside of the bar, I don't want to keep cleaning up after shattered glass.
Always.
Bodies, too, I'm sick of it. Just, if it has to come to that, outside of the bar. Okay?
Okay. Less so always, but I'll do better.
And she turns and continues to service other patrons at the counter. And Dom, as you nurse your drink, alone, in silence, which is the closest thing you get to peace nowadays, various patrons come and go, and we witness a time lapse of you, stock still on your seat as people flit past you, all around you, chatting, laughing, drinking. And half an hour later, you are 4 glasses deep and not even buzzed, and your contact still isn't here. It's unusual for you to wait this long, and for any other gig, you'd have split by now. But this isn't any other gig, and you know it. You don't notice them at first. Not when they enter. The 4 new patrons with their anxious eyes sliding into a corner booth at the back of the izakaya. You don't notice them as they whisper among themselves, their voices swallowed by the din of the bar. You don't notice them as they take in their environs, looking a little bit like prey animals caught in the crosshairs, trying to get their bearings. But then, as the minutes crawl past, eventually, a familiar sound cuts beneath the hubbub of the tavern. It's a slow trickle at first, a distant dribbling of memory that you barely register on the periphery of your perception. But it continues, grows steadier, louder, truer, and the sound crystallizes into realization. It's a voice. A voice you haven't heard in more years than you have fingers, more years than the unspent bullets in a well-loved 6-shooter. What physical reaction grips you when you hear the voice of Zainan Esh?
There is a whir and a clank and a grinding of gears as a hand curls and a glass shatters accidentally in a metal grip, and Dom looks at the waste of a drink pooling on a bar top, shakes one hand out. I'll pay for that one.
Memna's cleaning a glass, and the noise of the shattering didn't even cause her to turn around. She's putting that on your tab.
Oh, I know.
But the funny thing about that noise, that glitch in static, that brief illusion, is that it persists, Dom. It doesn't go away. It keeps going in ways you've never really heard it go before, almost as though it had a mind and a will of its own. For a ghost, it seems pretty damn corporeal, and it's coming from a distinct corner of the bar.
Dom takes a minute. Things have been weird. People talk of ghosts, but mostly it's fiction, it's stories, it's rantings and ravings of grief and loss, but he hasn't heard them himself until today. Or at least not this long, not this consistent. What the hell? If you can punch a ghost, maybe it deserves a punch. But if you can't, he's 4 drinks in. There's always an excuse.
So, Dom, that is the emotion that spurs you, a kind of unexpectant curiosity. A what the hellness that empowers you as you get out of your seat, stride to that corner booth, and punch a living ghost in the face. Zain and Esh. A memory towers before you. A dead man. A revenant. A bleeding ghoul, all muscle and sinew and beard, his eyes blazing. How long does it take you to recognize Dom?
Less than a second. But in the array of ghosts that he has seen, that he's talked to, that he's touched, he has to remember that this isn't the city of heaven. There are no myths. There should not be punching ghosts. And it crystallizes the changes. Overlaid the ghost, the memory, the man that he loved. And this man now that he looks at on his back on the ground, that's very familiar, this angle.
Zainan, as you lie there, breathless, staring at this impossibility, we pan over to the booth and find you, Lumira. How are you reacting in this split second to this stranger's sudden and violent appearance?
Lumira doesn't have much in this world, much that she remembers, much in any plane, in any of the existences that fate itself has created. So when this random, as far as she knows, comes out of nowhere and swings at her, Zainanesh, at her, Pop, all bets are off. As soon as that swing connects, whoever the fuck this is finds themselves frozen directly in time. And you hear a roaring, rippling voice that is full of vengeance, that is full of fury. If you ever touch him again...
Lumira!
Lumira, so, before we get there, you reach for the chronergy, you reach for your pocket watch, but all of this is happening simultaneously. So before you're able to click your time magic into being and freeze this man, we pan over to Sayir for his split reaction.
It's instinct. Sayer was trained by the Great Huntress. Any harm or violence directed towards his own is met immediately by action. The only action that we hear is the sound of the booth creaking beneath him and the table moving in front of him as he stands facing where Dom is standing. And he is ready for the next split moment and split second where he would need to rear back a fist to retaliate.
Zynon, you sense Sayir leaping out of his seat. You can feel Lumira reaching for her chronergy, even as Dom towers before you, looking down at you. How do you now leap into reaction as your strike team starts to close around you?
Zynon gains his sense as he can hear the world move around him again. He isn't locked in a memory. This isn't some dream. Dom!
You know this fool.
I'm pretty solid for a ghost.
So are you.
What the fuck is going on?
Zynon starts to stand. He shifts. He looks. His foot taps Dom's foot. You're here. You're real. Yes, I know this man.
Are you?
He pushes off the chair, the table, and he doesn't reach for his bulwark to push him up. He does not reach for his family that he has been with for years, for months, No. He reaches for his family. He reaches for Dom for a hand up. I'm real.
Dom takes a look at that hand. And familiar lavender shades. And underneath that crappy bar lighting, rose gold skin shimmers in the light. Rose gold metal shimmers in the light. And he holds out his right arm. Right hand, prosthetic, fading, paint scraping off from clear years of hard use. And grabs your hand to pick you up.
Zynon is lighter than he used to be. But also, as you pull him up, he used to have 2 green eyes. Now he only has 1. The other glows with an otherworldly orange hue. The rest of him is so familiar, but some of the scars on his face, the way he wears his markings, time sits on Zynon Ash. Even if the clothes, the smell, the face are familiar. How did you survive? Did you?
I'd ask you the same thing.
And Dom, now that you've joined the party, I'd like to welcome you to our game, the bar at the end of the world. Your emblem is the Hermit. You draw from the deck of hearts and clubs. So please draw 5 cards, 1 for each person at the table, myself included as the bartender. As for the rest of you, please draw an additional card from your deck to bring your hand up to 5. Zynon, as you are pulled to your full height, looking still imbued with shock upon this face you've not seen in 10 years, Yinghe leans into both Lumira and Seir and attempts to whisper half discreetly, "What? Do you two know this man?"
I think Sayer had, like, the second Zain and Esh had that recognition and then stepped forward to this man rather than the two of us, Sayer has already been looking at Lumira. And then to Yinghe, I have no fucking clue. Do you? And he's looking at Lumira.
Lumira stands boldly, stands proudly, stands in defense. But you see the tinge of hurt that's just layered underneath. That Zynon actively took the hand of someone who harmed him over us. She steals that. And she turns directly to you, John, and looks you dead in your face, eyes on. So you make a habit of hitting people out of nowhere around here, yeah? Touch him again.
Dom looks at you, and it's coincidence, happenstance, fate with a capital F. He looks and is dressed very much like Sayer is now, a sort of short sleeve blue shirt, charcoal gray vest, a unbuttoned with a black tie hanging loosely as if he's just come from a job, and looks at you and says, "Pardon me, but I've been flattening Zai probably longer than you've been around, and I would like to play a card because my cards hurt."
Go for it.
Yes, let's go!
I would like to play a card that is the 3 of Hearts.
Okay.
And with that statement, I would like to ask the question of Lumira, what bitterness or sorrow of yours spills out to me?
You get such an onslaught of a tirade of emotions. What is most largely prominent, and I think the brunt of what you feel is hurt, is anger. How dare you? Don't you ever, as long as I breathe breath, on this plane, on any plane, and the planes in between, don't you ever touch him. And I mean it. And it is unbridled fury, writhing down into her bones. She is so vehemently protective of him. It is a rabid dog frothing at the mouth, just waiting for its owner to be let off of its leash. And she constantly looks between you and Zynon for some answer. Particularly you, Zynon. She's looking you in the face. Do you need me to handle him?
I got this. Just give us a minute.
The bathroom. We need to use
You
the bathroom.
don't know.
Don't we?
Who in fate's breath are you?
Lumira, this is Dom. Dom, this is Lumira, Yinghe, and Seer. Now that we're all acquainted, will you please give us a second?
Fine. And Lumira throws her hands up and backs off, teeth still bared. and looks over at Yinghe and Sayir, motioning with her head towards the restroom. Every now and then she looks back over her shoulder to look at you.
Sayer sizes you up, Dom. You, a fighter, would know when another fighter, another bulwark, is assessing whether or not to sink his teeth into you before Zynon finds out. But that man, who you know, seems to have a hold on this young man before you. He snaps those blue eyes towards Zynon, steps back away from you, nods as if in reply to your statement. You don't know, do you? Bathroom, right. And as he's leaving, he's eyeing Zynon in a strange way. Zynon, I don't think you've seen this look on Sayer before. An uncertainty. But Lumira and Yinghe are his priority at this moment, and they walk past, I think, like in step with Yinghe, chasing after the back of Lumira, who is retreating towards the bathroom.
Zynon, as soon as the rest of your family steps away, giving you and Dom some breath, some space, how do you take him in?
Zynon can hear his heartbeat pounding in his ears. His hands are shaking. His questions fumble one on top of the other as he looks Dom over. Looks over the time that has passed over a man that he knows so well. And he just takes a half step back. His eyes are glassy with tears. Where are they?
Gone.
Gone. Just they didn't.
And Dom looks at you with a hesitance you haven't seen in him ever. He was always frustrated by the collective antics of our little group, but never hesitant. Tears in the stars. Bye. And as far as I know, Ozil is too.
They've been dead for Zynon and Esh for a decade, and still this wound. His breath stops, and he lists on his feet in the same boots that he wore on the Lodestar steading, in the same dusty jacket that he used to fight against the dust in. He leans a hand out, just grabs Dom by the arm, doesn't wait for permission. An ending. He looked for endings, and this is the one he found. I'm so sorry.
Lets you take hold of him, and in the split second after that apology, pulls you into a hug. Not your fault.
Zynon's arms Like they've forgotten how to hug, don't know what to do. He has comforted grieving people at LSSG. He has held Naeem. He's held Lumira and Seer. This hug, he just falls into it. He feels the ground leave him for a moment, like he is going to turn to dust right then and there. But the hug, that comfort, stability that Dom has always had, he falls into it, and it is like he is being hugged for the first time in a decade. It's not your fault either.
Yeah, I've been telling myself that.
But you're here. And he steps back, kind of frantic, a wild look in his eyes, and he takes a deep breath. And I'm going to play my first card for you. The 8 of Diamonds. What pressures or stresses are eating at you?
Dom is... There is something about this charade. He's doing his best to be comforting. He's doing his best to help Zine and grieve, because clearly he's known for longer. But you catch it out of the corner of your eye. He is, even now, not 100% with you. He's looking around the bar, keeping an eye out for something. There's something else here that brought him here. And it's important to him in a way that is pulling him in 2 directions right now. Yeah, I'm here. But, Hazel told me before I last saw them, the farm was dusted over and...
You saw them.
Yeah. We found each other at some point. But I don't know what's happened to them. It's been 3 years. And where they were going might as well be in the stars anyway.
That's very different.
It's really not.
Where are they? Dom, where are they?
I can't tell you that. You know as well as I do that the minute you find out, that's where you're going.
And what if it is? And 1,000 papers burning in the air in trance illuminate Zynan's mind. Mayday missions. Pleads to fate to save universes. The multiverse itself crying out. Zynan Esh looked to those papers and wondered if his prayer was there. And here it is. In the face of a man he loves so much. What if I am going to where they are?
Zion, I don't know how you did it. And Dom takes a step towards you. It's slow, it's measured, it's hesitant, and I don't know how you got out of there, but that's whatever it is, it's a miracle that we got out. I'm not ruining it again.
It's complicated, but I'm better equipped for wherever they are.
That's what they all say.
I think what saved me meant me for this. And there is a twinkle of faith in the eyes of a man that has not believed in practically anything as long as you have known him. He believes in the stars, the dirt beneath his feet, the birds that he can put his hands on and trust in. He believes in you, in Pyrrha, in Azalis.
And reflected back at you are the eyes of a person who believed real hard and had all of that burnt, torn, and drowned out of him. Also went to a death trap, and I'm not about to let you go there too.
Like hell you're gonna stop me. All of us, together.
No. You know, I had this exact argument with them too. 3 years ago. And they left. And no one's heard from them since. Oh, we all know where they are, but no one's heard a fucking peep. You know why? Because anything we heard died, was that 8 years ago? 3 is, 3 is walking into a tomb and expecting a person.
They're there, aren't they?
Yeah.
Dust rolls behind Zion and Esh's eyes. Tears. Dizzying amounts of love and grief. And I'm going to play a card. I'm going to play the 3 of Spades. Dom, do you wish I was dead?
I'm gonna answer that honestly with a card of my own. I'm going to play the Queen of Hearts. And I'm gonna ask you, why does your heart hurt so bad? When Dom doesn't answer you, but the silence tells you honestly enough that right now, he kinda does. Because then he wouldn't have to send you off to die again.
And you know the answer. Why his heart hurts so bad. The 4 of us connected in every single thing we did. Severed in the dust, and now through time and death. There is a void inside of him, a howling, empty wind. It's never gotten quiet inside of Zainanesh since he first went out into the dust and came back with bloody hands and a package that he wouldn't explain. He would give anything for this family. And to see in your eyes that you're not sure if it's easier if he were just dead. That stings. So does his jaw.
That's when the server comes back and wordlessly starts putting incredible amounts of food down on this table between the two of you. The silence interspersed only by the clattering of porcelain, ceramic, and cutlery. And we cut now to Lumira, Seir, and Yinghe huddled around inside this tiny, tiny bathroom.
Slayer locks the door. What the fuck was that?
You just hear Lumira's pocket watch just clicking furiously back and forth. You don't hear much or see much else from her. Just pure fury and click, 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 click. Who the fuck does they think they are? Who is that? Just
Someone who clearly knows Zainan.
And then he just said, "Hey, thank you for punching me in the face," and reached for his hand like it was nothing. Like he didn't just get punched in the face. I'm so confused. Somebody please.
To be fair,
Yeah.
Zainan does occasionally enjoy that. I think we saw some of that in Inferno, remember?
Yeah, but it's like typically on his weird bottom shit, like not just randomly out of nowhere.
Well, they seem to really know each other. Like, they look
Who
close.
does Zayden know outside of trans? It's just us.
Unless this is someone who knew Zainan outside
Everyone is
of
gone!
trans.
Sayir.
That's my question, Lumira.
Oblivion took Kiseki. He is all that is left. So what is this? Some place where all werewolf souls go that weren't swallowed? I'm not here, so this can't be it. I ended up at trans just like Zainan did. Why am I the only one that's confused about all of this? I am so.
I'm right there with you, Lumira.
She just
I
puts her
just-
head on the side of the wall, and you just hear thud, 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 thud.
Say walks over to you and puts a hand on your shoulder and gives it like a reassuring squeeze right in your upper arm. The hand that is clicking, probably now still onto the pocket watch, as Seir looks to the other three and says, I have only seen that look on Zainan's face a handful of times, and it was always at someone pretty fucking important to him. So
I couldn't even look at his face. I was so unbelievably flabbergasted by what it is that I saw. No one else felt some type of way about this. I'm the only one that feels.
No.
I am feeling some type of way about that. Did you see that he walked past us, Lumira?
Yes,
Who
I
else?
know. That's
who
my
else
entire
could he-
point.
Who else could he move past us for? Us.
Naeem, maybe, but like,
Diablo, right?
yes, but that was somebody that we were already privy to. We met Diablo saw their mess. And Lumira just like gestures out in front of her to all of that. This is some random person that we don't know in the middle of goddamn nowhere that's sitting here. We all. You look
Dom-
different. You look different. I look different.
I think Dom is definitely random to us, but he's not random to Zynon. I don't know what part of Zynon's life he's from, but because the two of you have known Zynon much longer than me, I'm going to assume it's from before he got to the Syndicate, right?
I
He's
have
been
known
with us for 10
Zynon.
years.
I have known Zynon since I was 9 years old. He was my mentor at Lone Survivor Survival Group. He is the one who sponsored me. That man knows everything I know about how I ended up at Trans, and he doesn't say anything? Nothing. He told me everything he had was gone. All of it, just like me. Just like me.
Mira. And Yinghe gently walks up to you and places a hand on your other shoulder that Sayer isn't touching. And he can sense the pain beneath your anger, the hurt powering all of it. I'm sorry. It must be strange to see that Zynon has someone from a place that was taken by Oblivion and you.
Why wouldn't he just tell us?
Maybe he didn't know.
No,
He
I
looked
don't
pretty shocked.
I don't
to see
mean
Dom.
that. I don't mean that. I mean, if Zynon had someone this important to him, like Diablo, like Naeem, why didn't we know? He knows everything about us.
Because he didn't trust us to know. And Lumira says that absolutely resolved all of the rage, all of the fury that was keying her up, tampers and dies down. And for someone of her stature, she seems so small now. He didn't trust us. That's what it was. We spent all of these years putting all of our trust in him, telling him everything, all of our secrets, and we know nothing about him. Nothing.
I didn't know the name of his world either.
Nothing.
At this point, there is a very insistent and annoyed knock at the bathroom. You hear several
Mind your
patrons
business.
outside
Give
shouting.
us a minute.
Maybe we should get back.
There's other
You're right.
stalls.
We're like the only bathroom.
This is like the one, it's a single stall, all gender bathroom.
We're a single stall in the only
Yeah.
bathroom in this dining joint.
Yeah. You say there's other stalls and you hear a patron on the other side of the door go, "No, there aren't!" Through like the muffled grain of the wood. Well, I think Zynon, maybe not me, but definitely owes the two of you some answers. So how about we get out there and see what they're talking about?
Fine. But if he punches Zynon again, I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
Maybe we should let him.
It will be the Baron times 3. if they ever
Baron.
put a hand on him again, and I mean that. Not in front of me and not on my watch. I don't know who the hell you are. I don't know what your damn mission is. All I know is that Sinan is my family. Mine. Don't you ever touch him in my presence. And if you do, there will be consequences. And Lumira opens the door and throws it out, and this door swings open and slams against the wall. And she stomps right out of the bathroom.
Sayer grabs the door before it swings back towards himself and Yinghe and stops it. Another piece of information he's not privy to looms in the bathroom from Lumira's own lips. And Sayer's mind spins as he looks at Yinghe one more time with a shrug, but clear discomfort and irritation as he marches behind Lumira after nodding at Yinghe.
Oh. Yay. And Yinghe follows you out as the door shuts behind the two of you. And Lumira, Yinghe, and Sayer, as the three of you return to your booth, you see, just in time for the server setting down the food and moving back down the aisle. And as your two groups start to reunite, I want to know from you, Dom, what question are you in the middle of asking Sinan when these strangers from his life return to the table?
Ooh. I have a joker. Give me a second. I need to pick something that hurts.
Hey,
Oh,
John,
yeah.
you're sick. Just letting you know.
Yes.
You're deeply unwell.
Extremely.
And no wonder the two of you are matched up. Got it. I'm back.
Yep. This is a match made in God fucking heaven, ain't it?
Oh! I know. I would like to take this joker, and I would like to turn it into the 9 of spades. Which is, how can I hit you where it hurts? I think I could answer that question. I just want to see what happens when I do it.
Sick.
Certainly can answer this question.
Yeah. That comes out as you are coming back, as there's a brief pause quietly while this server puts food on the table, and Dom just eyes never leave you, even as they go about their business. And when they're gone, Dom takes a look at the table. So, I didn't ask it before, but so is Doxa joining us later?
That is when the other three members of Nova return. You hear Dom ask this question. You see Sinan freeze.
Who's
And
Doxa,
Yinghe.
Papa?
Who's Doxa?
Whoa. If the temperature in the room could drop.
And you hear pop pop with so much inflection, Sinan, it almost burns. The P's in the beginning and the end are so enunciated, it cuts through every bit of tension that's sitting at this table right now. Yeah, Sinan, enlighten me. Who's this? Who's Doxa?
You didn't. Oh. Dom takes a step back from the table. Okay. 13 years. 13 years and you're alive and you don't tell anybody that. Communication's hard. That I
Excuse
understand.
me?
Oh, quick pause.
Yes. You got it. "13 years. You're alive. You can't find us, you can't tell us, that's fine. We split, and I get that. I do. But these people, and he points to Seir and Lumira and Yinghe, these people seem to care a lot about you, and you haven't told them about our fucking daughter.
Excuse me?
What?
Lumira's entire defensive stance drops immediately. Daughter?
Zynon looks like he is being slowly crushed by the weight of the words, every word laid on him. A name that he does not speak out loud for fear that it will shatter him. Said over and over and over again, and every time her name is said, Dom, you see it. Worse than a punch. You may as well get shot every time. There is so much honesty just in his eyes. Zynon Esh would rather die than lose her. He stayed in that house for her. There is no apology, no grief that he could share out loud that would ever make up for the words that he has to utter. She didn't make it.
I would like to play my next card. I'm gonna pull my last joker. I'm going to ask the Three of Clubs. Zynon, what heavy burden do you want me to carry?
The last time you saw him in this much pain, he fell to dust. You might not even remember the look on his face. He doesn't want anyone to carry any pain of his. This is the problem. This is why you've never heard these names, these people, this place. We could have 1,000 Seirs, an army of strong bulwarks. You could use every liminal, Sing could summon every platform. He doesn't want anyone to carry this but him.
That's where you're
He shuts a
wrong,
door.
Zynon. Lumira loves you. She cares about you. You don't want her to carry this burden, but you don't get a choice. She carries it because you are important to her. So I'm gonna ask you one more time. What heavy burden do you want me to carry, Zynon Esh? In this moment, no bullshit. Be real with me for once.
He turns his back on Lumira.
Oh,
He closes that door.
noted.
His eyes clouded in sorrow and heartbreak. He is both standing here in this bar at the end of the world, and yes, it is the end of the world all over again, as he stands in the dust under a tree that we used to sit and eat dinner under. We played under. We fought under.
Zynon, I want to ask you a question. I will play the Six of Spades to ask you, Why the fuck did you do this to me? Everything you've ever said to me, every veil that you have hidden, every advice that you have said under starlit skies upon a manticrore's nest in the amongst the stones of a blacksmith's workshop. Why the fuck did you do this to me? Me?
Zynon Esh. This mask of a man that you have known, that loves you very much, that loved your sister very much, is over a very, very flawed man who thinks only of his own imperfections. He sees whatever floats before his eyes between him and Dom. That's all that carries him through the multiverse. Grief consumed him. So knowing him is knowing grief. No one wants that.
Your grief is the grief of family, Zynon. That's the grief that consumed me. You think I didn't deserve to know that? And that's what
Sayre.
screams behind Sayre's eyes, unspoken and unsaid. It is
Lumira.
just shaking. No words.
Lumira puts her hand out on your chest, Sayre, and pushes all of us back. Let Simon
getting-
handle his.
Food's getting cold.
Yeah.
Yinka?
Well done.
Dom, the door to the izakaya slides open, and you notice someone enter. A woman, lean but muscular, with medium brown skin and short, dark brown hair cropped bluntly at the chin. Their hazel eyes are tinted red by translucent visors with a glowing HUD. And she wears a thick shawl that covers her shoulders, torso, and the left side of her waist, but you can see the blaster at her hip even from here, the slender gleam of it, both a warning and a threat. They don't wear any emblems, any insignias, any corporate branding that might betray their allegiance, but you've been around the block a few times, and based on the dangerous way they carry themselves, you know that she's one of Aego's guns. You know that she's your contact.
Pirates with the worst fucking timing.
I have a card for you at the worst possible time. As Zynon is shattering apart before your very eyes and still standing there. A ghost that will not leave you. The Jack of Spades. How can I get you to forgive me?
Dom's face is business. You know him. You've seen him when money is what's being moved. You've seen him poring over finances for both, well, less than legal capers and poring over the ledgers at Lodestar. He helped, as the years went on, helped manage that place. And between that and the cooking, he was one of the only ones who got to call your ma by her full name. That Dom, you can see now, died years ago. The one that stands in front of you retreats into business. And whatever answer you're looking for, you're going to have to wait for when he's ready to give it to you. And Dom turns his back on you, looks over his shoulder and says, well, maybe I was right, maybe you are a ghost. As, the Zion and I knew wouldn't be standing in front of me if you let our daughter die. So why don't you haunt that bench for a second while I deal with something else? And he turns around and goes to talk to the person in the suit.
Dom, we follow you across the bar at the end of the world. And this person is currently sat at one end of the bar, though she's not nursing any drink. As you get closer to her, you see her face in fuller relief. And this contact of yours, who has only ever identified herself as Inez to you, looks up as you approach. And when they speak, their voice is low, calm, but insistent, a steady blade trained at an unsuspecting target. Change of plans. He can't do 50 up front. It's 20 or nothing.
Okay. So what changed? Was it his desire to move things? Was it did he have a sudden thought to lose half the cargo? Because that's what you're gonna lose. You can move it on your own if you want to. We'll see how, well, a lot of lords have tried to move it through this section of space. Let's see how well it works for you this time.
Her mouth twists, and she says, you know, if you're trying to threaten me, you're threatening the gentleman pirate too, so I'd watch your mouth if I were you.
Oh, I'm not threatening you. You're not from around here, so you don't know. You tell me a number, we're gonna haggle. We already did that with your gentleman pirate boss. So, if you want to haggle again, be my guest, but you better be prepared to have a number.
How do we know we can trust you, huh? We've never worked with you before. You've run gigs for Ieko and Zuma. You know how he feels about Zuma.
Yeah, but, have I ever told you any of what Zuma's doing?
What's she doing?
I'm not gonna tell you, and that's why you run things through me.
Alright. What if we pay you, 100 right now to tell us everything you know about Hanukkah's little operation?
That's a really good offer. Why don't you pay me 120 for the insult of assuming I would and trying to lowball me at the point?
Sucks her teeth. You've caught her bluff. You've seen right through this shtick she's trying to pull. She's like a guard dog sniffing out your spine. And she's found something solid there. Alright. Fine. Let me go talk to the boss. I have to confirm these.
Tell your boss something else.
And what's that?
I'm willing to drop it back down to 80, but you need to apologize to me.
You can't be serious.
Are you going to be the one to tell your boss you didn't tell him he could save money? Because of your pride?
Anger flashes across Inez's eyes, muted by the colored visor, and you see her hand twitch toward the blaster at her hip. But as soon as she does, even though every other patron in this bar isn't looking at the two of you, there's a ripple of motion as almost every single person in this bar also slowly moves their hands to the weapons at their waist in defense of you without being told at all or signaled in any way. Inez senses this. Her eyes flick around the saloon. She lowers her hand. Fine. Sorry.
Yeah, that's not good enough, and you know it.
You serious?
Spell it out.
SORRY. Sorry.
Good.
embarrassed. She gets off the stool, shakes her head a little bit to clear it, as though a dog ridding itself with fleas, and says, I'll be back in with a contract for the new terms and ship's out back already with a shipment on it, so...
We'll unload it, and you just draw everything up and make sure it's 80 this time.
Fine. You wait right here.
Pleasure doing business with you.
Inez, if she could spit in your face right now without invoking the ire of every single patron here, she would. You see that in her face, but she doesn't. She turns and she goes. And while this exchange was happening, we pan back across the saloon and we find Zynon at the booth with Strike Team Nova. Zynon, while Dom has been talking with this person and you've been sitting here with your thoughts, with these revelations, with these gut punches, what's starting to form, starting to take shape inside your head?
Of all of the things, at the most unlikely of times, the thing that he thought he had given up on forever. And Lumira, you finally see a crack. He turns because for the first time, maybe as long as you've known him, there is hope in Zynon Esh's eyes. Because Azalis Raid might be on Kesiki. And he sees those burning notes in his eyes, and you see 1,000 thin hopes, but that's all hope is, really, right? A thin string tying us to what we love. The burden you can carry for Zynon Esh is to listen. I owe you all a lot. We are where I am from.
Whoa. Hold on. You mean to tell me that this bar we are in right now is your home that you told me was gone? It's not?
This is not Kesiki. I don't think.
That's where you're from.
I need more answers. I need so many more answers.
But you
Listen,
didn't answer
Dom.
mine.
I don't know. And there is truth ringing in every word. He is uncertain of anything, maybe ever, in this moment.
I'm gonna play my next card. The 9 of Hearts. Zynon Esh, what is it about this place that haunts you?
It's like walking through a graveyard. But not the beautiful kind like in the city of heaven where all of the ghosts that he could apologize to, that the memories that he could hold. No, this is also the place where all of the regrets, those haunt him. Doxa. But also the look on your face. The words he's never said out loud. Hearing the people that he loves not know the name of his own daughter. He thinks about how hard it was to crack that open the first time the penny falling in a well forever when he first said Doxa's name to sing who is not here. You see 1,000 griefs haunting Zine and Ash, and they are more vivid now than they have ever been because we are where that grief lives. And that man, that stranger to you, there is a rope straight from Zion's heart to that man that has never been severed, no matter how many different planes within the multiverse he has traveled to, even if he has been severed out of his own, that same rope that you recognize, to Naeem, but also to all of you.
Lumira recognizes that rope. She sees it tied. She sees it tied between you and her. She saw it tied between you and Sing, and you and Sayir too. And you and Yinghe. And she sees a rope of her own tied to you. Tied to Sayir, tied to Yinghe. And even if she didn't realize it, she sees it now tied to Sing too. Well, and Lumira clears her throat while taking a gaze at Yinghe before finally settling on Sayir and eyeing his plate, realizing that what they ordered was actually for each other, and we switch plates.
That's for you. Coffee.
Thank you. Lemonade.
Oh, thank you.
It's really
We should
cold.
all
I
eat.
had extra ice.
We should all eat everything we can get. And you can
Simon,
see that there is something deeper behind that. This isn't some, oh, we should eat because it's good for us. There is a ticking. There is a clock. There is something driving him very suddenly.
I will play my card then at you, Zine and Ash. I think this is the perfect time to do so. Who do you want me to be right now?
That is the 5 of clubs.
That's the 5 of clubs. I'm playing the Joker to play that card. Because apparently, for the audience at home, most of my cards were taken up by some of the other people's prompts, so I had to keep refreshing my hand.
oh no, you had to continue to mulligan. How unfortunate.
How unfortunate. I finally got a Joker, and this is the one I want to ask. So, Zine.
Our decks overlap? That's wild. Anyway.
Isn't that wild?
Wow.
Stop it.
Mhm.
Who would have thought?
Sayir, maybe it's just that he is lost. But in this drive that you see in Zine and Ash very suddenly, usually he looks to you and he is hoping for Sing. Still. But that's not what you see in his eyes this time. This time, he wishes so badly that you were the greater hunter. Someone with answers. He sees the sliver of the moon in your eyes. The moon's on you. You could just be her. It would make it so much easier for me to get answers, as she is also a part of the shades of this memory that is drawing him somewhere so urgently.
Sayre takes a fork, stabs it into a pancake, into a bacon, and shoves it into his mouth, swallows and looks to you, and asks in a way that is very uncanny to Artemis herself. Tell me everything.
I don't know who this is. And I think More than anything else, you see a wave of not resentment, not anything along the lines of that. Maybe some pity, maybe just she settles and she looks at you, spinning her eggs, just sticks her fork in the middle of them and clears a circle in between, not really paying attention. Well, regardless of what it is that you may have or may not have told me, I understand that your trials and your tribulations are your own. Just whatever goes forward from here, Simon. Lumira nods for taking a sip of her iced coffee. Seer ordered it exactly how she liked it. I'm in your corner, Simon. I love you. So, whether you trust me enough to tell me something or you don't, never doubt that I'm always... No, don't explain to me. Just hear what I'm saying. I'll never fault you. I understand that we all have our ghosts that we have to face. I just want you to know that I am in your corner. I will fight for, protect you at all costs, without hesitation. So, I guess what I'm trying to say is, wherever you lead, Sidon Esh, I will follow. Every time.
Dom, that's when you return to this moment, to this ghost that maybe you should have walked away from. As soon as Inez left the bar, maybe you should have walked away from, but for some reason, you come back.
Dom is different. There is, and I think everyone here could tell, there was a moment during that talk when Dox's name first came up that he very clearly was going to punch Zynon again, but everyone wanted to talk a little and he took a moment. But this time it is, much like it was on the way out, all business. Well. And he starts and stops, and there is... Zynon would know it well, but it is that dry, rackety cough of lungs that haven't quite recovered from the dust. And he stops. Fuck. Reaches back into a sort of side bag and then... set something down that could have saved a lot of people. Okay. Azali's raid is on Kaseki. I saw her 3 years ago on a mission with the Tears of Fuyumi, and I couldn't talk her, couldn't talk them out of going, and I probably can't talk you either, so... You need to know that the last shuttles off Kaseki were 8 years ago. Magnetic storms on the planet, they've gotten worse, and every shuttle down is a one-way trip. And that's that's not even thinking about the black hole on the horizon. So
Excuse me,
hopefully that
what?
doesn't eat you. Oh yeah, that showed up a couple years back.
Do we know what that is?
Well, it's sitting near the planet, so I think what it is just Kiseki's fucked and has always been. So
I'm sorry. Kiseki survived oblivion?
I don't know
Guess
what the
we're gonna
fuck
have
that
to
means,
find out.
but it's just I wouldn't say alive. It's dying, and has been for years.
But it survived. Right?
Nothing. Nothing survived down there. So,
So
how do we
Hmm.
how do we go
you
there?
go down to the planet's surface? And in this moment, as Dawn pulls out a hollow pad, slides it across the table, flicks it dismissively onto the wood, and it slides across, shows you a ship. Just so happens I happen to have a ship parked outside. And, well, they all know that acceptable losses are what they're on, and we've finished moving off most of the cargo anyway, so you can take it. It'll be a
Just like
one-way
that?
trip. It'll be a one-way trip, and that'll be about all. So, if you are, and that business veneer stops, cracks, freezes for a second. If you want to choose to leave family into death again, that's your choice, I guess.
Don't ever underestimate me.
Ma'am, I don't know you.
Correct.
And
A
you
shock-
don't know me.
A shock of hope. You see it again. It's this nagging, constant thing that shouldn't be there. He was about to break apart just minutes ago. If there's a way down there, I'm gonna take it.
Yeah, I know. And taps the hollow pad once, stands back from the table, reaches over to a side that well, he put it down earlier, but none of you were paying attention because who was he really? Just some random in a bar that you don't even know the name of. He reaches over, puts on a hat, adjusts it, looks at you, Zynon, with eyes that knew you once and don't recognize you anymore. Because you'll never know that the first thing he thought of when he saw you was the last thing he said to Doxa before he left. When the chips are down, follow your pa. He'll make the right choice, I know he will. But that Dom was 14, 13 years ago. This Dom merely adjusts the hat, takes a step back and goes, "Our business is concluded. Will that be all, Mr.
Wait.
Esh?"
And Zidon stands up. He's looking for a man that he knows is not there. But he won't stop looking. A young farm boy, naive, but a heck of a shot. Stands before you, now shattered in scars, in power that doesn't seem to fit him, but is there nonetheless, radiating from his face. With a new family. It's good to see you. Good to see you.
And, just the hat. Looks out over the bar. You should go. She's not going to be out for very long.
Oh, it's one of those kind of taken.
Yeah, it is. And, Mr. Esh, I've repaid the favor I owe you for our daughter. Don't come looking again. And he tilts the hat, turns around, and walks away.
Zynon is frozen, standing in the dust, falling to his knees again. He can't follow. For 1,000 reasons. But mostly because his feet feel cemented in place. Because a man that he loved has been dead.
Where one bulwark walks away from you, another walks towards you, holding you by the crook of your elbow. Hey, old man. I'll jump with you through anything, alright? What kind of taking is this?
The kind where we gotta move fast, Nova. And he turns around. You mean it? Anywhere?
Always behind you. Always behind you, Zai.
I would follow you to Oblivion and back.
Good, because I think that's where we're going. Yinghe?
Yes. Okay. 1 second. And Yinghe just shovels as much food as they possibly can fit into their mouth in this moment. They swallow, they get up, and they nod at you, Zynon. Lead the way.
Grab all that. Zynon looks to the table, grabs his...
Oh, I think you're muted. Maybe it was your
Of course I
cat?
am.
Watson,
Yeah.
Watson muted you.
Hey,
Yeah.
hey, no, I hear slander on my client right now. What did I tell y'all? Innocent until
Zynon-
proven guilty.
Looks at all the food after Yinghe starts shoveling it away. We're gonna need all that. Grab what you can.
Right?
Let's go.
Okay.
Zynon
Yinghe
picks up his
grabs-
hat, puts it under his arm, and doesn't stand as tall as he looks around this room, not for an escape. The door is right there. The ships are right there. He is looking for resources.
Zynon, there are various patrons in this bar. Like I mentioned earlier, this is a bar that values discretion. So people are going to mind their own business, which means that their eyes stay on their own plates and their ears are pointed toward their own conversations. You have plenty of opportunity here to swipe things from tables, swipe things from belts, swipe things from unsuspecting patrons on your way out of this bar. That's not to mention anything you might be able to grab out in the parking lot on your way to your ship.
The Nova sees Zynon in a form that he has never been since joining Trans. We meet Zynon Esh, the outlaw of Haruna Valley, as he takes and pushes. Because somewhere, until proven otherwise, he will find an ending, even if it breaks his heart, for Azali's raid.
And with Zynon at the helm, Strike Team Nova, you grab as much food as you can in empty takeout containers, and you follow Zynon Esh out of the Obake Izakaya. And Dom, back at your seat at the bar, you watch the ghost from your past and his newfound family exit the Izakaya. As the sliding door shuts, the last thing you see is the swish of Zynon's shawl, the muted flash of Zynon's eyes. And then he's gone. And you are, as always, alone in a room full of people. And we hold on you here, inside the bar at the end of the world, and through the window, the light from distant stars illuminates your face, painting your silhouette in deep purples and silvers. Your eyes are fixed on the horizon beyond the bar, those rolling fields of yellow moss, those spaceships parked on gentle slopes, and eventually you watch as one of those ships, a sleek black cruiser, the type that Aego's people like to pilot, lifts up and off the ground, rocking slightly back and forth as though piloted by an unfamiliar hand, and then the thrusters turn on, it rotates gently in the air, and then poof, explodes off into the distance. And within moments, it is a dot against the skyline, an echo of an echo, a ghost of a ghost. There's some commotion by the entrance, an angry slamming of the sliding door, and then Inez is there at your side, fuming. What the hell, Hynos? My ship's gone!
Dom looks at her and coughs in a way he hasn't coughed in years, because, well, visited by a ghost brings the dust with it, so he looks at her. You didn't pay me to keep it safe, did you?
Ugh! She turns around and kicks futilely at one of the bar stools.
It's alright.
And you both know that she is shit out of luck, because there's no way she can explain this to her boss.
That's
The
okay.
anger within Inez dulls, replaced by a sullen bitterness, a muted, frantic worry about the fate of her career, perhaps the fate of her life. And as they curse under their breath and turn away from you, we hold on your face, your eyes, and that empty spot on the horizon where you last saw Zynon Esh. And Dom, I'm gonna play my first and only card for you.
Okay.
It's the Two of Hearts. What do you hope for, even now?
There is a bitter, bitter hope. Because Dom knows that if anyone was going to find Azali's raid on that hellhole, it's Zynon Esh. And if Dom is lucky, and he has been fairly often, much to his chagrin, if Dom is lucky, what he's been doing for the past 3 years will help.
And we pulled a black. Thank you all so much for tuning in to the Arc 3 Interlude episode, The Bar at the End of the World. Oh my goodness, I am so incredibly excited to return to the world of the Chaos Protocol with Arc 4, which is on the horizon, which will be set on Keseki, here in this galaxy that Zynon Esh is from. But before I get a little too into the weeds about Arc 4, I'm gonna pass along introductions to my incredible cast for the evening, starting with our guest star. Will Zoe be joining us for this, our sweet producer? Yeah. Okay, so if you're ready, yeah, let's put you on the screen. Okay, excellent. Let's start with John, and then we can pass over to Zoe, and then to Val and our. Oh! I start with Zoe. Okay, I'm so sorry. Oh, I see. You can only have room for 5 people. Understood. So Zoe, why don't we start with you? Tell us where we can find you.
Laughing really hard. Meets. 1 second. So people can read me when I speak. No, you're good. That's. Meats! Yes, at the bar at the end of the world. Make sure you get all of the meat. Hi, everyone. It is me, Zoe Williams, playing Kimani, the Traveler, at the end of the world and everywhere else, in between and everywhere. If you liked what I did here, you'll love what I do everywhere else. You can find me mostly posting what I'm doing on Blue Sky. You can find my website. It should be like radicalzoe@card. All of it. You'll find it. Find me on Blue Sky. You'll find the rest of it. You can also find me on Instagram, where I repost a lot of things. Free Palestine and all oppressed communities. That's all I got. Thank you, Transplaner, and Arc 4.
All right, let's go over to John, our other incredible guest star for the evening.
Hello, I am John. Today I was dumb. And let me fucking tell you, I've been sitting on this for 2 years, guys. You have no idea how hard that was. It has been absolute delight. You can sort of kind of find me on Blue Sky at Ryomasa, Ryomasa, when I do anything that isn't come out of social media retirement to plug this. Which is not often, but occasionally you'll hear something from me, maybe once a month or so. But it has been an absolute delight, and I'm so happy to have been part of this, so thank you so much for having me.
Oh, you are absolutely amazing, John. Let's go over to Val.
Hello, everyone. My name is Valiant Dorian. I use he, him, his pronouns. You can find me all across the internet at Valiant Dorian or also Spirit Bear. Please enjoy that lovely treasure I just set you on. And tonight, I had the distinct pleasure of playing Sayir. I have so many questions. No last name. Who uses he, they pronouns? And I'm going to pass on over to Pop, old man. What's going on over there?
I don't know.
Yeehaw, everybody. Hi, everyone. I'm Kai, and I've been a problem this whole show. I play Mr. Zynan Esh, and can I just say, welcome aboard, John. Thank you for bringing my beloved Dom. Thank you 1,000 times. My God. I've been taken for a spin. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what up, down. I don't know any of those. So I'm just going to say you can follow me everywhere as a Devil Mattress, and I'm going to give it on over to Sam, our beautiful Starlight. Thank you.
It is me, your beautiful Starlight, that is actively crying in the club. You can find me all across the interwebs at Lust for Life X, LUSTTFORLAFEEX, preferably on Blue Sky, not the hellscape of the old reminiscent bird app. Yeah, I need to go to bed. Connie, take us home, please.
It's a me. Gotti, taking us home. So I've got some exciting outro announcements about Arc 4. So as you all know, what comes next is the Arc 4 premiere. That's right. We're going to be debuting Arc 4 of the Chaos Protocol on Saturday, October 25th at 8 p.m. US Eastern Time right here on Twitch and YouTube Live. That is the last Saturday of October, right in the middle of Halloween season. The season of ghosts. One might say, the season of ghosts. It truly means the world to have all of you here with us as we return from a long but very necessary hiatus. We've been gearing up for Arc 4 for the past few months now, I want to say, and I cannot wait to share the world of Keseki with all of you, as well as its stories of survival, home, and redacted. As we breathlessly wait for Arc 4 to premiere, please consider pledging to our Patreon. We are debuting a brand new reward for Arc 4 called Player Logs. These are weekly video journals from the cast of Chaos, where they react to the most recent stream and answer prompts that you all, as our patrons, get to vote on. So you're also going to get free and early access to the PDF of The Bar at the End of the World, the system that enabled so much violence during this session, and the game that I wrote just for this interlude, especially for it. Additionally, we are going to be offering stream rewards whenever we reach a new milestone for paid members. So right now, I believe we're at 157 paid members, like we mentioned at the top of stream. When we reach 165, I will release a Patreon exclusive demo track from the Chaos EP I've been working on basically all year. I've been writing it on my new guitar. Maybe I will reveal what the guitar looks like next stream, but it's real, I promise. I have the demo track ready to release whenever we hit 165, so let's get up to 165.
It's good,
that's
y'all
only 8
do it.
more.
I've heard
Why,
it.
thank
It's really good.
Yeah, it's real good.
Y'all need
If
to
you want to
do
hear me
it.
sing, I'm not a vocalist, but if you want to hear me sing.
It's really good. Do it. I'm being so serious.
Oh, I thank you. That's 8 more paid patrons. I think we can make it happen. So if you've been on the fence and you have the funds, now is the perfect time to support the show. You can also support the show by joining and participating in our Discord, making fan works if you are so inspired, posting about Transplanar on Blue Sky, Instagram, or Tumblr, rating our podcast on Apple Podcasts and Spotify, buying merch from our merch store, and most importantly, telling someone about the channel. Your friends, your family, your barista, your bartender, your dog, your cat, your parakeet. Thank you all so much, Transplanerds. I will see you on the last Saturday of October, October 25th at 8 p.m. US Eastern Time for the Arc 4 premiere. And in the meantime, Bijo Bijo.